Get ready to have a good day. Mostly. We'll probably do some working out and then more sieging of Riverside. That is my plan for today. There we go. It's 2 hours left there. Hello. Catch one more fish. So weight's at least stable now. There for a moment. Max out all our regularity again. And I don't know exactly which I want to do for working out, but we'll figure it out in a moment. Probably burpees would be for the best. Because I'm not focusing on anything right now. And burpees are a swath of everything. Cook these. So we'll catch some more fish. We'll be set up for food. And we'll move on from there. Hello. Enjoy your life. continue to fish, at least for right now. I'm going to stop fishing for the moment. There we go. You hear Ragnarok music? That's not a surprise sometimes. 78. Just sneaking in. Hello. Well done. Congrats on first. Ooh. That long that's gonna last, but we'll see. It's starting to go low. Those. That should be good enough, I think. I hope. We'll see. I'm going to borrow this, because I need it for the larger trees, if I can find a larger tree or two. No, this two should be able to fit. Like that. Yeah, I may need to drop one of these on the ground, but that's okay. Who needs that? There's 4 bats there. This one had 3 on our person. Time to return to the gated community. Also, it's Christmas in game, which is kind of fun. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, man. Hello. Thank you for the wellness. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's carry on.
You're amazing!
I mean, it's just swirl. Hello. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. It's been an interesting start. Um, hopefully your stream went good and you had fun being evil in RimWorld as well as farming. Um, it's, I'm gonna do my intro thingy and stuff. There we go. And our current adventure is the Spiffo Rat Race, which is sort of like it's meant to be a multi-month sort of marathon challenge thing, which is really cool. Mr. Lamprey set up a big set of goals, and we got to try and do the best we can. But yeah, my stream's going good. I'm still kind of recovering from my sickness, but for the most part, I'm doing okay. And you know, things seem good. Thank you for for the raid, and do very much appreciate the other raid too. Appreciated. But yes, it's one of those things that's fine, kind of interesting. But yeah, welcome. Indeed. And a shout out for and yeah. Oh, gotta wait 30 seconds. Sorry. But yeah, so I'm doing the rat race, and it's been fun so far. Right now I'm poking Riverside.
You're amazing.
And then something new, kind of that I'm sort of excited about is the fact that I can, like, you know, um, it's kind of cool. I've got usage of my arms, which is neat. Yes, we have technology for hands. Um, I learned quite a lot about the differences between the different kinds of models as well, which is kind of cool. I didn't realize there was such a difference before, so it's kind of neat. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to eventually getting through the initial bulk of but I don't expect to do that today, unfortunately. Yes. So my model is a 2D model. It is essentially like PZ. Think PZ. It's 2D, but pretends to be 3D, right? So unlike the 3D models have the actual, like, the whole thing, right? And as a result, they're able to do a lot of things that are with a little bit more ease of access. Meaning things like the hand movements are a lot harder for a 2D model than they are for a 3D model, right? Because, well, I mean, not 3D, right? So I didn't realize it when I was asking, because it seems like a simple thing, right? But it is much more complicated stuff than I thought. and I can very much get behind and appreciate the work that goes into this kind of stuff. Not just. Make sure to get your self-care, Ro. You've been doing like subathon stuff, and it's been like lengthy. If you guys aren't following Ro, you should. Ro's amazing, absolutely phenomenal. I'm self-caring so hard right now. I don't know why, but that just makes me imagine you eating an entire pizza. That's all that means in my brain for some reason. Is consuming an entire pizza and self-caring really hard. I can't eat a whole pizza. Yeah, this is like a folded pizza. Yeah. I know what a calzone is. I live in the gated community yet? No. Not necessarily the best way to enter a gated community. Swinging a baseball bat and demanding entry is not necessarily. I will join the gated community. I'm glad we didn't game that. You eat a whole pizza? And so can you. I have faith. Yeah, I can eat a whole pizza. It takes me like 4 days. I used to be able to eat more, but it's like one of those things where, you know, I'm not a teenager anymore. Can't eat more anymore. Teenagers are busy and growing and stuff. And I also had to randomize sprinters with the lowest settings. If there's sprinters immediately, I would change my entire strategy. Because, the thing with sprinters is no matter what, you have to treat every single zombie like they're a sprinter, otherwise you're going to end up dead. Nuh-uh. You can't nuh-uh me. How that works. I've played sprinters. I know how it is. How you die with the whole them three of them showing up at once and just you can't do anything about it. You're just forced to into that juggling animation and hoping. Because even when you go all out and try your all the best to defend yourself against them, they still will find you at some point. There we go. Witches, thank you again for the raid. Do very much appreciate. I know what it's like to be evil in RimWorld. I'm supposed to do sort of an evil playthrough of RimWorld at some point in the future. Like a one, it's supposed to be a cannibal playthrough. But I'm not really into that kind of stuff. Tacos. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's tacos. My bad. Except when I said RimWorld. Of course, Karumi. There we go. Okay, let's go looking for food. Randomize zombies. I mean, it'd be easier to hit randomized zombies than a full sprinters game, I think. If you would want a really tough challenge, though, I think 100% crawlers is actually harder than 100% sprinters. Because it seems like they're not at first, but then you think about it and you're like, you gotta down attack every single time. I think the crawlers are probably the worst zombie in the game. Yeah, 100%. It would be, wouldn't it? I feel like that would be the most like difficult way to play. That like, cause I was thinking about it. I'm like, what could be worse than a sprinter? I'm like, well, the crawlers are kind of annoying. Now imagine if it was every zombie was a crawler. It'd be like, okay, well, no, that sucks. Just be constantly down attacking. And remember, not all down attacks seem to connect for some reason. I don't know what it is, but sometimes they just miss. Even when you know that, like, okay, this zombie is for sure on that square, doesn't matter. If somehow your attack just does not connect, so you miss. It's like it's. I think that would be fun. Just for a time, just to try it out. It would suck, but it would be fun. Be a very short-lived fun, but and then it would just be annoying. A floating crawler zombie? What does that mean? One that like flies? How does it do that? Does it have like some kind of anti-gravity? I'm confused. How is it attaining flight? Yeah, I don't like how dark it is. I mean, it'd be crawling through the air. I don't know if I've ever seen those. We'll Google it later. It's interesting the way that the fiction kind of has its own different variants on the different stuff. Same like vampires, right? Some vampires have like the rules, the old school rules where you can't go, they can't enter, then and no garlic and a bunch of other things, right? Crucifixes and the stake stuff. Meanwhile, there's the other side of the coin where it just ignores all of that. There's like no weaknesses. They're just better. Oh, sunlight. I forgot about sunlight. We all have garlic for some reason. I mean, yeah. Garlic's good though. It is like a really great spice. Flank. Ooh. I have no idea what on earth this field is supposed to be. The amount of random nonsense I found in this field is ridiculous. A zombie lord kind of game of D&D and PV. Zombie lord. I don't know if I've ever made it to that point in D&D. Let's just throw those there, put these in my bag, and off we go. I just wanted a little extra food just in case. Imagine a zombie frog game. I was thinking of getting that frog game with the gun. Like that looks like the squirrel with a gun, but it's a frog. Kind of. That game looked fun. But I, you know, I was thinking about getting some other frog games. Frog games are fun. Seems like that would only be a game that I'd play for a little bit, though. I don't expect it would be like a PZ, you know, or I play PZ like a lot. I don't know. PZ is always gonna be a staple for me. I feel I like it. It's fun. I get to enjoy all sorts of stories and enjoy tons of different styles of characters that go on their own little treks and have different goals and different like areas that they get to explore and with different styles of zombies sometimes not, because my favorite kind of zombie is still the fast shambler. I really like the fast shambler. I feel like it's the best zombie for me anyways. I feel like sprinters are too fast and too janky. I feel like crawlers are annoying, and I feel like the slow shamblers make me laugh because of how slow they are. But I can't wait that long. It's like they're funny, but it's like the joke wears itself out real quick. Like they're so slow. I have to wait for an eternity for them to walk over. It's like a curve of how funny they are. Okay, let's run over the crossroads first, and then we'll have a sit for a second, and then we'll continue. I feel like I can push through. Hopefully, we'll be able to push through more of the gated community today. Part of me hopes that we can get in there and actually start looting it. Whether or not that happens is up to the zombies, really. Oh, I forgot to shout out that other person. I'll do it right now. There we go. Here. Because they did raid in too. So I do appreciate it. I almost forgot. I'm sorry. How's the run going so far? It's going pretty good. We're making progress. It's going to be slow and sure. Hopefully we'll be able to push towards the next area here in a bit. Yeah. We're making progress. Just gotta be patient. Let's tuck you over here. Come on. Should be good. Good for now. call this one Frame Loss Alley? It's not that bad. I know it seems like, oh, it might be kind of pretty bad. It's not. I wouldn't call that Frame Loss Alley. I would call like the Millie checkpoint in LV Frame Loss Alley. This one's okay. Could be worse, could be better. There's a few places that are much, much worse than this stuff. There we go. During the pinpoint hearing bug. I never actually got to experience that bug. Like, it did happen. I remember that it's a thing that happened, but I wasn't playing then, like, in the same way that I play now. So I didn't get to experience it. Not in the same way. Because by the time, yeah, I can imagine that folks were very upset when suddenly zombies appeared everywhere. Like, you know, they went from pinpoint hearing to, or from normal hearing to pinpoint hearing. So many zombies. That sounds just like a normal roll stream, though. Casually handling all the zombies. As Roll does. How many watches? 48. Those watches are set to go off every 30 in-game minutes because that's the cooldown on a watch is 30 minutes. So every 30 minutes a watch goes off. So that's the bare minimum of setting up a watch bag, in my opinion. It holds the zombies in the area so long as the bag is rendered. It'll work on normal zombies too. It's just it's less radius, and you've got to bear that in mind. Pinpoint hearing zombies, though, they have a much larger, well, earshot, and as a result, they, as you can see, based just on my walking with clumsy, it's the same, right? The grind was so rough. Yeah, pinpoint hearing is really good for getting the zombies to come to you. Yeah. Because we are making it closer and closer to the native community, and I didn't actually expect us to get as close as we are right now, because there's still a long way to go. For 3 months in game, killed like 50k, or you could leave. I can imagine. Because my route that I took through was I did the other melee checkpoint. So there's two military checkpoints. There's the military checkpoint that's on the far side, and then there's the one that's smaller on the far right side. There's another exit that I don't really count as a checkpoint. But here, I'll show it in a moment. So this is the primary military checkpoint, the one that's most popular. And then if you go along this fence route over here, it cuts through part of these like what is it, this town here, and goes through over this way. There's another smaller military checkpoint over here, and this was the one that I went through. I sledged the wall over by the substation, which they have on the map now, which is kind of cool. But I sledged the fence over here to get through and to get in, and then I was killing zombies here for a long time, fighting southern Louisville. It's kind of cool that they've added a bunch of new stuff on that side. Still, the biggest thing that I find interesting is, do I still have it? Yeah, right here is this right here. So, if you see here, I've marked a little thing, right? That's the biggest icon that I can make. I can't make a bigger one, right? And if we slide the map down, it just keeps going and going and going and going. And eventually I got tired of trying to mark it, so I just was like, I'm done for now. But it's huge. Huge expansion. I'm curious if what's gonna go in all that space, if it's gonna be procedurally generated or how that's all gonna work, but it makes our little map here feel a lot smaller. Why does this one look unusual? Oh, it's because I've got it set for color blindness as well, because I wanted that to be inclusive. So in case somebody can't see based on the colors alone, then they can figure it out based on the coding of the, you know, like the buildings, what they look kind of look like. Yeah, it's good to be inclusive. I like that stuff. Here, just to play The Sims. I've been thinking about playing The Sims as well. And I've also been looking at that Inzoi game as well. Because it looks interesting. I've been reading mixed things on it though, currently. So we'll see. Like, it looks good, but then I've been reading a lot of like interesting things that go back and forth. So we'll see what happens with that here in the near future. I like the idea of it though. I don't like games though when they try to declare themselves the killer of another game. I feel that kind of is not a good way to market oneself. In saying that, I get it. I understand. It could be that they're not themselves putting that out there. folks are doing that, right? Yeah, I agree that it could just be that it's not the company that's saying that, it's the other folks. Because people like those kinds of things. Hello, by the way. In a way. We just grab him first coffee. Yeah. Sit over here in the snow. But yeah, we'll see. It's one of those things where I'm looking forward to it, and I'm ready for it to be good, but at the same time I'm you know, I've gotta reserve myself a little bit on it, because you never know. I don't know. It's still in the air. Potential is there though. Well, that or if they keep trying to do loot box related stuff, or like those kinds of things, you know. Because I feel like gamers are getting a little bit wiser to that kind of stuff. At least I'd like to believe that the box of aggressive monetization is slowly being kind of marked off and becoming a less and less of a thing that the companies can rely on, or at least I'd like to believe. But I know that there's a lot that goes into that that can sometimes be unavoidable in a way. I get big games are businesses as well, and I understand that, but it's, you know, it doesn't mean that they need to prey on people. Because they're meant to be fun. Shared care. It's nice. Oh, nice. That sounds really good. Congratulations. How's my day? My day's been pretty good. I'm gonna wave at everybody, I think, because it's like wave at everybody. I got two of them. I got that one and I got clapping. Wow. Yeah. Not the most fluid, but it's something that's fun, and I like it. No going back to sleep. That's understandable. I find it difficult to do that too. If I've decided, okay, it's time to get up. Sometimes I don't decide that. Sometimes it's just time to get up. Let's eat some of those limes that we've collected. Yeah, hopefully you're able to do that. I'm not sure exactly if the situation in the States is improving for medical care, and I'd like to hope. Can be tough. I should be able to take on at least half of this group. Let's pull them over here. Just drop them off for a sec.
Hey!
Good to go. May I ask what the previous track was? Frog theme from Chrono Trigger? It probably would come as no surprise. Or it should come as no surprise for most folks. You never played any of the Chrono Trigger games? You definitely should give them a go. Or, well, at least Chrono Trigger. They're kind of like Final Fantasy games in a way. Same kind of stuff. I was watching Saber play them a little while ago. And Saber has like a classic day where she plays retro games. Definitely recommend. Those games are really good to play. The cool part about like playing the older games is you can really see some things as they were being developed, and you can see like uh, the you can't really see it, but it's the excitement is there. Like showing off features, being like very like, hey, look at this. This is cutting edge stuff kind of thing, right? Like people being less than now. I mean, there's still some folks that do that now, but it's I feel like a lot of the time newer features get grabbed and placed in boxes and aren't really as like ta-da as they used to be, you know? But back in those times, those things were new and everybody were, you know, was very excited to be like, hey, look at this. This is cool. And then you'd see it in like a few different games and a few different iterations. It's kind of cool. Let's go do those two zombies in that are over about by the watch bag.
You're amazing.
Thank you for the follows, by the way. I do anonymous follows so folks can enjoy their lurk. Okay, so that's it for that one first group. How do you do anonymous follows with Twitch alerts? It's very simple. I just don't have the alerts available to see. And then I don't have a name displayed on the follower when it pops up on the screen, as you can see. Just that simple. It's in the feed. If I want to go back and read all the names, I can. I just don't. Or I try my best not to. I like it better that way. You're playing a Doom mod. So it's like basically Red Alert and Doom. Okay, neat. Today I'll turn this in here for a bit. Well, we are making good progress. This is good. Eventually that one cubby will fall, and then once that's done, then we can start pushing towards the next area. Can I ask what song this is? Xanarkand. This one's from Final Fantasy X. It's one of my favorite songs that's from that series because it's very wistful. It makes you remember things sometimes. It's good. I remember sitting on the living room floor playing that game. And it was very... At the time, Final Fantasy X was very graphically advanced for its time. It's meant to be dreamy because that's a large portion of the game is dreams. But I'm not gonna go into any further because I don't like spoiling things. Even old things, I'm not keen on spoiling. So. I'm gonna take us all the way back to the fishing spot, and we'll go fishing in the morning. Let's put this a little first. Plus, it's gonna be a super snowy day today and tomorrow, so I'm not gonna bother with having to fight during that. Might as well work out or something. Get rid of this day. Uh, I don't actually know what this is from, but I like the song. I'd have to open it up to look. Some of the songs I got from the weekly discovery. Maybe? Let's have a look. Why not? Tales of Arise is what it says. Flames of Hope. Or Flame of Hope. That is correct. Not that I doubted you. Just was curious. Yeah. Yeah. Now we can just relax and fish for a little while. Okay. I probably would like those games. Their music is good. Sim players' brains should be studied. It's really wild, isn't it though? It's great though. I love it. I will play The Sims. I was thinking about playing The Sims. Like loading up the Legacy Edition and just going and seeing, like, you know, making a... I don't know what I would do though. It's not a fish. Is there no bait on this? Oh no, there's bait. And what they would have done before the zombies? I mean, I was thinking about doing the Higgins family, like the whole Higgins family, because that would be possible. Because there is, I actually have a written out family tree for the Higgins family. It's for fun. And I do that sometimes with other stuff. You miss Van? Well, this is Van. Van got to come back in the rat race. Oh, it's almost 1994. Yeah, it is. But yeah, we brought Van back for his second life. Yeah, we did. It was like a team effort. We all made a huge family for the Higgins. No, this isn't the second. He got to come back. Robbed in his previous life via a scratch that he got Nox virus from. He got to come back in the rat race in a much worse environment. Because the rat race environment is way worse than the apocalypse world he lived in before. And he's a little bit more scared than he used to be. And so it's his purgatory? I mean, I guess. Have I ever played Darkest Dungeon? Yes, I have. I've never defeated the Darkest Dungeon, though. I collected loot, I had some characters that were pretty strong. I made it to the point where I was about to go to the Darkest Dungeon, and then I'd lost interest at that point. Because ADHD go burr, and I decided to do other things. Because that's what happens sometimes. ADHD go burr, and suddenly you're doing other things that are what seem like more important to you than whatever it was before. Because I have ADHD, and it is interesting. Sometimes. Sometimes it's annoying. But most of the time, it's okay. The benefits of ADHD are the hyperfocus. I really like that aspect of it. To be able to focus on something so well that, like, it's good. But, the unfinished projects aspect of it sucks. When you start something with your whole heart and then you decide, like, halfway through, you're like, this isn't what I want to be doing anymore. That's the one thing. It's really annoying. We're not having any luck on the fish front right now. Good. Bubbles go away? No. Yeah, it can be disheartening. It can lead to depression, and a bunch of other stuff. That's why you gotta be careful. And keep an eye on yourself. Nobody knows yourself like you do. You understand how you're feeling. And, take care of yourself. I want to fast forward, but at the same time I don't because I only have the one fishing rod right now. Even when we had two, it still wasn't keen to fast forward. Too much of a risk. That's unnecessary. Wait until noon. Boarding while fishing. See, that's why I don't like fast forwarding while fishing. We just lost the bait. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it. No well. That was magazine. Okay, well, if we go back up over here, we'll probably be able to find some food in that field. Grapes. Good enough for now. Actually, the other camp is. I gotta go grab. We'll go grab some bugs from there. Ooh, zombie. I go all the way back. There it is. There's the spool. of twine that I cannot use? I think that it probably would be a good idea to go all the way back, to back. Because there's probably a bag of bugs there that I can grab. Plus, I haven't been all the way back there in a while. I don't remember what items I left back there. Now's not a bad time to go looking. I made a mistake. That's okay, I hope. The mistake I made was I left my tent and everything behind. Shouldn't have done that. That's okay. There is a piece, or a setup for making a tent over here. I just didn't do it. Hello. Let's see. to make this happen. A long stick and sticks. Hmm. It's gonna take me at least 4 to 5 hours to get back in game. Um, I don't think I have the means to make that though. I would need a long stick. There's a long stick in here though. Potentially. There's no guarantee of that. There's a handful of long sticks back at the other area though. That's gonna mess up my sleep schedule. Oh well. It is what it is. There's not much I can do. I need this bag of bugs in order to continue fishing. This is why you have at least one bag of bugs. We're juggling a little bit, but this should be worth it, hopefully. Because this is a big bag of bugs. It'll help us a lot. Basically, I'm trying to juggle my noodles in a way where I don't actually get a cold. It's unlikely that I'll get one anyways, because I'm pretty sure we have outdoorsy. It's still a possibility, especially with this temperature and then the fact that we're so tired. We'll stop up ahead and light that fire and warm ourselves. There we go. Okay, now we can move on to the next one. This is a big bag of bugs, right? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Made it brown. Definitely can use this slate. Cool, mess. Oh, thank you. I actually don't have any tea at the moment, so I'm gonna have to get myself some more. Give me 1 sec. Just gonna set up the fishing rod, and then I will do a brief BRB to kind of reset my tea and stuff. Basically, I am going to continue, which is good. Alright. Okay, I'll be right back. Is everything working properly? Yeah, I think so. For the most part. You want me to demonstrate is what you're asking? Or? I think it's working for the most part. Like, I think, like, yeah. So it's like I can clap. I can wave. And I can have hands. Like, and move them myself. So, I think it's all fine. I'm just gonna wait for my tea to cool down a bit. You'll be working? Alright, sounds good. Have fun. Or, well, as much fun as you can. Making stars. Finally. Oh, come on. Yeah. I'm not sipping my tea, I'm not loud. Found a fish. Yep. Now I gotta send you to. Nice. Really relaxing. Just need to be patient, that's all. There we go. Let's fill these up. Okay. No more water sorting.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate it. In the process right now of cooking a 76 centimeter catfish in pieces because I can't fit it in the fire otherwise. It is too big. And then we're gonna get our weight up. That's the plan. And our weight's been kind of on the lower end for a little bit, but that fish alone will be enough to get our weight going. And then back to Riverside we go. Rinse and repeat until the gated community falls, which inevitably it will. that running? I don't know. I might keep it running. Might not. Do a top up on all of our regularity. Okay, everything is regular. Nice. Ooh, it is -20. I probably should have left the fire on. Something like that. We're actually overheating ourselves in -20. I'm gonna wait. Do one more. Go. Yep, that's agony. Okay. Friday's magazine. This field is always so weird. I don't honestly understand the loot pool of this field. There we go. I don't trust it, so I'm just gonna light the fire. If I can microsip wine for beneficial effects like beer. I mean, you used to be able to. It's less effective now. You would want to ask somebody who does sprinter content for those kinds of questions, like Bonds. Bonds would know that better than I would. But the from what I understand, that it doesn't work quite the same anymore. So there you go. You'd want to follow that person because they would know 100%. But you're looking to kind of like game alcohol to reduce certain things, right? Like panic and stuff. Yeah, that's what I would recommend. But from what I remember, microsips were something that was trying like with the new fluid mechanics. They're not quite. It doesn't work quite the way it used to. It still kind of can, but it's just it's not. It's not the same as 41. Hello. I'm sure wine probably works the same. It's the same kind of thing, right? Well, that's unfortunate about those shoes. Gotta find another pair of shoes. More better is more better. I definitely need to get a new pair of shoes because these ones got ruined. You see? They've got a hole in them. Apparently that fire was protecting me from the wind. Maybe I should catch more fish. I was gonna go, but it's like, it's a little bit of a risk at the moment. We should we should gain more weight. As much as I don't like it, I want to go and fight Riverside. I do. I really do. That's what I want to be doing right now. But it's not time to do that. I need to gain like 3 more weight units at least. That's interesting. One sledgehammer at each. Kudos. I haven't had such luck. Not that I've been literally looking for a sledgehammer. Hello. Sledges are great building tools. Not something though that you need in the early game. More so something you need when you're starting to do your base building stuff. I'm nowhere near that. Not for quite some time. That's why you leave it on the ground. You don't take a sledgehammer until you've got a place for it. Just leave it there. It's not like it matters to move it, right? And you don't need to bring it with you. It can stay there. A lot of folks like to cart loot back to their main area though first, which is fair. Like, I mean, good to consolidate, know where everything is. Mod list is quite light. It's meant to be a mostly vanilla playthrough, which is, you know, with like, and then it's rat race. So the settings are pretty tough. All the settings are dialed up in one way or another. There's a couple of settings that are dialed down from what I'm used to, but at the same time, that doesn't really matter when all of the other settings are dialed up. So it ends up being kind of a balance in that way. It's a third thread hammer. Congrats. I feel like 3 is usually quite its own thing. If you're in my chat though, does that mean you're not streaming? Like, you should be streaming, right? Because that's part of the rat race if you're trying to qualify. If not, then and you're just doing an offline run, then that's kudos. And that's fun, you know? Neat. I don't think I would have that kind of luck on trying to get sledgehammers, but that's fine. You can make them later, so it doesn't matter. Good. Yeah, it is. Just gotta be patient. I can always hope. But we'll be getting back to slaying eventually here, once we're done getting our way back up to situated. We're right now in the 80s currently, but I'd like to be a little bit further in the 80s than I currently am. So I mean, we're 80 flat right now. A little bit of gain. Let's have a peek. Yeah, so no, there's one of the vehicles there. Okay, leave it. It's not supposed to be this clear, I don't think. But whoops, fell back asleep. That happens, I'm sorry. Hopefully you got a good sleep. If you fell back asleep, you probably needed it. It was a great sleep. That's good. We're about to crest into the new year, 1994. My weight gain is okay. We could be doing a little bit better on it, but it's going okay for the most part. Else, things seem to be pretty good though. With hopes, I'm hoping that we're gonna be able to push the gated community a bit more today. And then we'll probably get at least a little bit done on the long blunt front. So we'll be level 6 with luck, and that will make it so that our muscle strain is a lot more manageable. To the point where we're gonna start to notice that it's not existent anymore, and not as much. I'm looking forward to that. But that's not gonna stay that way, because I'm gonna immediately start leveling spear. So far, I haven't had any very good luck with fishing at all, aside from the one catfish. I have a sneaking suspicion that there's nodes that are available that are not being displayed for some reason. I'm gonna restart the game and see if that fixes it. Mm-hmm. Oh, still open. How many of these we have? What these were? We made a couple hundred XP. Try that. With luck until 2100, and then after that we will go hopefully tomorrow and actually do some gated community stuff. Because I'd love to start looting that gated community if I can. It's one of those things though that I gotta wait for. I gotta be patient. What do I hope to find there? A home. It's less about hoping to find somewhere and carve, as opposed to carving a place of my own to start. So, the biggest part of Time 16 when you're playing Time 16 is carving a place of your own. That is the thing. Because you're going to be in a world that is essentially not yours. You enter the world in like a really ridiculous populations, and you know, you need a place that you can call your own. Whether it's one of the low pop houses, or in my case I've been living on the beach, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's eventually you want to have a place that you can call your own. For me, the Riverside Gated Community is going to be that. It's going to be my staging ground for the remainder of that section. And then from there, we're going to be able to eventually take over the Riverside Church and then bolster it, and we'll have one outpost completed. In order to fully complete that, though, I need to have all of the check marks off of the for the outpost done. And then from there, we'll start prepping to assault the steelworks, as well as the trailer park and its the storage unit. Then maybe the country club. After that, those sections are completed. We'll be moving towards Waverly Sanatorium, and then after the sanatorium, we will be setting up and sieging Brandenburg. I'm going to be doing a cyclical loop like that around the map. So from Brandenburg, we'll probably go to Ekron, from Ekron to Guns Unlimited, and then from there... not necessary. Cows will come when they come. I don't need to really rush into anything. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I can take my time and do as much as I need. I don't need to rush. And rushing around is not necessarily the best call. Because how am I supposed to get the cows if you know, if they're in a bad spot, you know? I have to like pull them along with a rope and through areas that are zombie filled. It just doesn't make sense. The cows can stay where they are. They will. They'll be fine for the most part. Morning. I don't have to worry about it. And actually, cows are kind of. I'm going to say this, even though I know they're really good. Cows are overrated. They are really good. Don't get me wrong. I understand their value, but they are overrated. And I'm still standing on the hill of I hope butter gets nerfed again. I've been standing on that hill for a long time, and I will stand on that hill. Because it doesn't make sense that chickpeas and beans got nerfed in the way they did, and that butter gets to sit there and not. One day it'll get nerfed in the same way, I think. Because it makes sense. All the other ingredients in the game are under the cannot, you know, you have to put them in a recipe. So why is butter so special? No more chowing down on sticks of butter. But yeah, if I had cows, yeah, I would use them. No, it doesn't matter that it gives an unhappiness debuff. That's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. And can be nullified by taking antidepressants, reading a book, or washing yourself. So it's not that debuff is pointless. A real debuff would be the one that's on the chickpeas. So, you know, the one that forces you to put it into a recipe. If you put that on butter, suddenly folks would have to cook. And they would. Don't get me wrong. That just because they put that on there doesn't make it any worse. People would still make butter like slathered cookables, but that would force them to actually cook as opposed to eating a stick of butter. But yeah, that unhappiness debuff is irrelevant. The alternative is make it so that butter spoils, and I don't care for that. Like, I feel like it should still be an ingredient because it's one of those things that you can use for cakes and stuff. I would prefer it if it had the same debuff as the chickpeas, you know, and the flour. If you read flour, it has 4,000 calories. But you can't eat it. You have to put it into recipes. Butter should be the same. But once again, that's an opinion. It's not something that is, it would be up to the devs to decide kind of thing. From a game balance and from a logical perspective, it both makes sense though. So anytime anyone would try to disagree, well, I mean, but the logic's there. A lot of folks will try to back up their argument with, oh, you know, realism and all that. Well, I mean, you don't realistically eat a stick of butter. That's not something you do. Nobody does that. And then, if you go from a gameplay standpoint, it makes sense as well. As opposed to applying ridiculous churn times and stuff like that, right? In a desperate situation, get a pan. Cook. That's your desperate situation. If you don't have a pan, well, I mean, you've got to find a means. Cooking pot, something. You can't really make that many things with milk. Okay, let's check. But yeah, once again, like I said, I understand that that's an opinion of mine. That it's not something that would, although it makes sense, it's not, if the devs don't want to go that way, they don't want to go that way. And it doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to hamper my own gameplay just because of, you know, a stance I have. If I had cows right now, I would make butter, but I don't. So it's one of those things, right? But there's too many zombies around. Yeah, it's usually how it is. That's the times 16 nightmare. Only there's too many zombies around. Until there's not. But usually when there's not, it's because you put in the time in the area and just like manage to get through it. Okay, so you're gonna go fishing. Be careful with the fishing rod. Remember how that bug exists. And just make sure that when you're done with fishing, something that I do to make sure that the bug won't activate is I will actually like, I will move a bit, right click, and I will like, kind of, just to make sure that I'm okay. You know, because that's what causes it's trying to save the animation. Good to go. Finally, I can return to the gated community. I'm still gonna go and look for some veg. Does heat attract zombies? No. Sound attracts zombies. Explains why numerous people use melee. It's actually a little bit easier to explain that than the other thing. People use melee because it's reliable and that you're not going to run out of ammo. Also, ammo itself is not that great. Like, I mean, even if you have an entire box of ammo, let's say, or an entire crate of ammo, chances are you aren't going to clear an entire town, especially on these settings. It's just there's too many zombies. You're gonna pull too many. They're gonna chase you down, and you're gonna have to stop shooting eventually. So it ends up being that, especially in the early game like this, where you haven't really made your claim yet. Like, I'm still in the process of trying to take the gated community from the zombies, right? And I don't expect that I'll be fully taking the gated community until we're in like the between 7 and 10,000 mark. Officially is what I'm guessing, but maybe a little bit sooner than that, depending, given the fact that uh, I'm not sure. Cause Riverside is one of those strange ones that I don't really siege down Riverside very often, so it's weird for me. I usually siege down like West Point, and you can really feel when West Point is starting to falter. Like there's like a tipping point where you're like, oh, okay, we're good. Um, I don't know what that feels like over here. So it's one of those things, right? And yeah, guns, they're fun toys. In PZ, that's what they are. They are noisemakers. You know those 90s sparkler guns? Those ones that make the whirr noise, and they sparkle, and yeah, that's what a gun is in PZ. Is one of those. Or like a pop cap gun. Like, they're cool and they last for a little bit. Like, you can get a couple of kills with them. They're neat and fun, but that's all they are. Neat and fun. I don't see them as much more. Now, in saying that, that's not to state that you can't create a run that's based all around shooting. You can. And there's mods that you can get that can make it so that you have, like, suppressors and a bunch of other stuff. But that said, that's something that you would have to customize. If you were trying to do it in the base game, it wouldn't work quite as well. Like, you could do it with effort. It just quite won't work the same. I like default, but that's like so 1 hour days. But that's my own preference. If you find that you're not getting enough done in a day, you could always put it on 2 hours. I find there's too much day when you have 2 hour days. Also, I find that the folks that do 2 hour days will often try to do the math on pretending like they have been playing on 1 hour days, and I don't know why they do that. What I mean by that is when you ask somebody who's playing on 2 hour days what their survival time is, they will do math to their survival time to equate it out to if it was 1 hour days. But that's not how that works, because they got extra stamina and they got extra like so their whole it's just it's weird. It's weird stuff that happens with uh, several folks that I've met that play with 2 hour days. I don't. If this number right here is your survival time. If you don't need to do math on it, then that's just your survival time right there. Simple as that. There's a benefit to 2 hour days. The benefit is that you get double the energy. Your character gets double the capability. You get double the daylight hours. And those are all things that are useful, right? And then when your character goes to bed at night, it speeds through the evening hours, so then you can keep playing for much longer and longer daylight hours. But objectively, 2 hour days is slightly easier than 1 hour days, but it's not by much. It's like you just have a bit more energy and a bit more everything. So and your like your hunger lasts a little longer, your thirst lasts a little longer, stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. And you focus more so on base building. I'm not saying 2 hour days is bad. I'm just saying that it's one of those things where if you feel like you don't have enough time in a day is when you start messing around with that kind of stuff. But generally speaking, if you're just getting started or it's good to just keep things on default. Most multiplayer servers play on 2 hour days because they don't want to spend a large portion of the time sleeping and or in darkness. Especially when the inevitable staggering of the players happens, where your friend dies and they're in full energy during the evening while you're not. So sometimes servers will go as far as to shut off sleep entirely because of that. Though it does depend, for sure. Thank you for the wellness check. I don't know why it's not playing the noise. Okay, that made me jump. Yeah, everything has its benefits and everything has its sort of downsides as well. It's just like Builder versus Apocalypse versus Survivor, right? And they nerfed multi-hit, which is interesting to me. They made it so that multi-hit isn't on every weapon anymore. There's a respawn is off, so once we've cleared this whole area out of all the zombies, well, then that's it. No more zombies. That said, though, that's an easier that's easier to say than to do, because I have to balance my muscle strain, I have to balance my stamina, I have to make sure that I'm sustained in my weight, as well as basically that we're doing good as a whole, so that I can continue. But I do a good job of balancing those things usually. It does take time though to do so. Can you come out of there? Thank you. Yeah, there's 1 hour
You're amazing.
migration. So they filter a little bit, but it's not by a lot. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Migration is the active zombies moving throughout the cell. So they will distribute themselves best they can. But we will pull them back in. It's generally what we will do. So that there is no worrying about, oh, so it's like zombies are escaping. There's no need to worry about any of that. Is there a setting you can turn on or off? For what? You can technically turn any setting on and off for the most part. Zomboid's very customizable like that. Settings that I can turn on and off though, currently no. Because I'm playing on very specific settings with a very specific rule set. So we're playing the rat race, which is we're all playing with the same settings. So if it's this first link there is the rules, and then the settings are there. So if you're curious what the settings are, and those are all of the settings of the rat race, and they're pretty good settings in my opinion. They're very balanced, and in both a difficult and like it's gonna treat veterans a lot better than it's gonna treat people who are new at stuff, but at the same time, it still leaves that room for growth, where someone who's new will be able to jump in and you know they're not gonna get completely, well they'll get your traditional Zomboid times 16 awakening, but that aside, it's they'll allocate and they'll you know get more ready for it kind of thing. And depending on if they, you know, if it's something that they're into, then they may like it and continue. Because time 16 is its own special way to play. It's very, it's not meant to be fast. It's meant to be a very slow and take your time, and you will feel things gradually. Yeah. It's not that it's frowned upon, it's just that it'll do it. So the thing is burning zombies, it doesn't take any effort to do that. I could burn the entirety of the population of Riverside, but it comes at two costs. The first cost is that um, experience. If I burn a single zombie, what does that get me? That gets me one ash pile that doesn't have anything, right? I mean, that's let's say that I do a very controlled burn on one zombie, right? Meanwhile, if I'm going to kill a zombie with my baseball bat, for example, I'm gonna get long blunt. I'm gonna get maintenance. I'm going to get strength. I'm going to get fitness. I'm going to get nimble. You see the difference? All of these things that I'm getting in terms of experience from just swinging the bat a couple of times, right? As opposed to a fire, which does nothing, gives me nothing. Also, it increases my kill count, right? Fire kills and car kills do not count towards your kill count. They claim those. A fire takes the kill when it claims, like when it burns a zombie. So it doesn't count towards your kill count. That said, there is the other part as well about fire, and that is that fire sometimes is unpredictable. And if I, for example, that fire were to spread and I would to accidentally burn down all of Riverside, well, that's fine. But if it burns down specifically the church, I have to rebuild the church from scratch after that if I burn it down. Also, if I happen to have, if it happens to burn down on its own, that like through a fire event, for example, or something like that, I'm still gonna have to fix that. But I mean, that's less chance than if I burn it down myself, right? So fire is not frowned upon, but it's just not used because it takes your kills, and then also like it's not giving you anything. You don't get to loot the zombie afterwards. So that, let's say there's a weapon in the zombie, like a katana or a crowbar. Well, that crowbar or katana is gone. It burns. So yeah, hurting and burning, it doesn't benefit. Not in these particular conditions. Yeah. And surprisingly viable. Yeah, of course. The one Molly challenge is really fun. If you're a big fire fan and you enjoy burning zombies, try the one Molly challenge. The whole point of the challenge is to go and get a Molotov, and then you get a mod that lets you see your kill count with fire, right? And then you go and throw one Molotov, and you see how long you can keep that Molotov burning on the zombies, and then you know keep going, keep burning the zombies. Usually the easiest method is through time 16, and then the old school method of build 41 was to try and take those In my opinion, starting Riverside Spawn, go over to the bar, snag some alcohol, make yourself your Molotov, and then go to No Man's Land and burn out there. Because burning the zombies in No Man's Land, there's a lot out there. So you could get a ridiculously high kill count out there, no problem. Unfortunately, No Man's Land doesn't exist in 442. It's been replaced, so there are no longer zombies coating the entire outside of the map in the same way, anyways. But that said, yeah, on these settings you wouldn't want to do that because there's a finite amount of zombies, and you'll run out eventually. And if you hit the million, that's only objective one. Objective one is hitting 1,000,000 kills. The next objective is to level all of your skills. And for example, I know that the weapon skills with Slow Learner and Reluctant Fighter is going to take me quite a while to level this up, especially for these two right here that have no weapon skill at all, right? Because Spear and my Short Blunt don't. Those are going to take roughly about 100,000 kills each. So that on the total of the amount of zombies that are on the map currently, which would be relative between 1.1 and 2 million zombies, approximately, right? Um, Leaning towards the lower end of the spectrum just to be on the safe side, that's, let's say that's 200,000 of the million that I need, right? But uh, that's 18% of the total population of the map in two weapon skills that I have to train, right? So now it's arguable that those weapon skills will be faster to train, especially once they get to higher levels. If I could use better weapon like styles, like so for example, if I had blacksmithing unlocked and I could make the better spears, or for example, I can make short bats right now, so we could also start leveling that at some point. But that said, also I need to bear in mind that aiming is going to take quite a lot to level up as well. Even though I have a what is it, a ×8 bonus in aiming, it's still not like I'm gonna want the books as well on top. But yeah, I've got things planned out. It's just and then it's about not messing up after that, like not making any mistakes, not fumbling my character in any way, shape, or form. And I'm human, so I'm going to end up having that happen a couple of times. But the thing is when it does happen, hopefully it will be mitigated to a point where it's not fatal and I get to continue. Otherwise, I have to start over, which I mean I'm okay with, and that's assuming that we don't get bricked by a patch, right? Which is more than likely going to happen, especially if they add in other skills, which they've mentioned they were already going to be doing eventually. So we can assume that other skills are going to be entering the fray at some point, and that we're going to have to start over. But I'm okay with that. It doesn't bother me. I will treat this like a serious practice run. Let's try that and see. But yeah, some folks really like their fire, and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. Everybody can play the game the way they want to. And a large group of the veterans, that's how they used to start every playthrough, is they used to do a big old burn in the beginning so that they'd have a good solid place to begin, and then from there they would progress. Um, I was always too nervous to use fire that way, and I tried. I did try to use fire a few times like that, but I never could control it properly until later on. But by the time I learned how to control it properly, it already became something that I wasn't using. We're getting there. We're working it. We're working it. Happy New Year's, by the way. 1994. Which I forgot. It's almost the second. Yeah, no worries. If you have any troubles, just let me know. Kind of thing. The settings are fun, but they are a bit daunting. And if you die, it's okay. That's part of Zomboid. And that is just normal part of Zomboid. So don't worry too much about that part of it. About practice and sort of... Eventually, you'll die less. $92, not bad. Mm. Okay. I'm gonna quickly go grab another bat, and then we'll head over to the gated community and continue. Okay. Okay. Progress. Fine. Oh, jeez. Is that a new jacket and a new shirt? Yeah. I've got a wardrobe. And thank you very much for the subscription. Do very much appreciate. 13 months. Enjoy your ad previewing as well as your frog emotes. And do very much appreciate. Um, There's also this as well. Or I can like be more specific if I prefer. I need to get used to it a little bit more. I have usage of arms. Upgrades! Upgrades, people, upgrades. Whatever you say, Ratchet. See a need, fill a need. Okay, let's go. So we'll deposit them.
Hey!
We're good. We'll withdraw a small portion. Can go over this way. Okay, let's go finish that next group off if we can. We do that. Go. Nah, we need to run back. As much as I want to stay here. Because I do. I do want to stay here. We're making progress, though. And we have a generator. 198, not bad. Oops. Why would they ever want that as a function? One more, if I can get one more. And today's gonna be an extra fog day. Kind of what I want. Did I take Hearty Appetite? I almost never take Hearty Appetite. It's not worth it. I take the opposite, Light Eater. Because usually it's not the amount of food that you're eating that requires you to maintain. It's the amount of calories, right? So long as I'm eating high caloric foods when I want to gain weight, or eating low caloric foods when I don't, the amount doesn't matter. So Hearty Appetite versus Light Eater, um, it just doesn't it doesn't matter really. It's one just forces you to eat more. Like you're just forced to eat more often. But in my opinion, hearty appetite's not a good trait to have, because eventually it will hurt you in terms of the amount of food you need to eat. Especially in an early game of like Rat Race, for example, you're not really swimming in food. So if suddenly you have to eat more, I am tempted to just skip this in-game day, just because of how foggy it is and how annoying that is to deal with. I think I'm going to. We'll do a fishing day. I can't see. I am Bumsy. Yay. Here we go. Okay, let's go. Oh, we probably should just really quick. Come on, food. We're good. Let's go. Hi, Barry. I'm doing pretty good. Today's been like, we've been managing to slowly push towards the gated community a little bit more. And if we get a little bit more traction, we'll be able to maybe move in. I'm hoping. I'll move into the gated community. I will be very hyped to do so. And then it's just a matter of putting more pressure on Riverside after that. And then eventually Riverside will give. And then we will be able to progress. Okay, we're good. Let's go.
Hey!
Is that a mouse? Let's go. Free bottled water. Only stolen if it's a matter of perspective in the apocalypse, right? How many did they hurt? How goes your run? Is your run still going good? Keep going. Just gonna deposit those zombies over here. Six months! Look at it stretch. That's funny. Look at it go all stretchy. Hi, Nico. You came, then listen to the word. One was your sheep, right? Okay. I have mice. My animals can't destroy anything. Except for your frame rate if they reproduce enough. Which is scary. Scary thoughts. Oh, who? Oh? Oh, I seen that. There's somebody's like it was somebody's barn, right? They were living in like the barn and then they burned their whole thing got burned down. Yeah, no, they survived. They managed to get in there and steal all the stuff that was in the barn, but the barn itself did not survive. That barn burned down hardcore, like all over, char and stuff. And just gone, whole thing. Phew. Cause I don't remember if it was a mouse or a rabbit, but an animal went into the fire, into their campfire, and then just ran inside the barn. Yeah, I don't trust animals near my fire. If they go near my fire, I will kill them and eat them. Because they've already made their decision. Stay away from my fire. Yeah, that's how it happened. It's like there's an animation, or not an animation, recording on the discussions of the Great Spiffo Rat Race. The discussion section goes off all the time. It's pretty cool. There's lots and lots of folks posting in there. Always a good read. Kept me company while I was sick in bed. Preston. Build 45? I don't know. By then we should have NPCs. I don't think they'll be working on animals nearly as hard back at that point. Because build 43 is when they're supposed to be doing like the regular NPCs, right? Or is that build 44? I can't remember the roadmap right this second, but it's on their docket. Oh, you weren't being serious? Oh. And I was like, but those are good ideas. Rabbits should be able to chew on things. I agree with this mentality. But I think it'll happen earlier than later. Actually, I want to clear these ones. Enjoy the frog hat. I am going to be heading back. Wear the damn hat. Which hat, Kurumi? I know which one. There's only one hat? What do you mean? There's lots of hats. Tons of hats that exist. Which one do you mean? I don't know. I could only, like, there's this never-ending amount of hats that you could be talking about. Oops, wrong side. Only berries, blah. Lemons. I'll see if the hat thing is on cooldown. Yep, it's on cooldown for four more minutes. So I can't push that button. Whoa, boundaries. How did you guys get out here? I don't think I can catch them without I need them to go the other way. I can totally catch them if I use the fence. If I go up this way. Yay, frog hack. You winning squirrels? Hopefully you are. Alright. Let's go. You mean chilling? Fell off hands? How about this? Happy? Okay, I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I made them mad. Okay, let's go. Please. Let's go this way. Okay. Back off, have a rest, recoup. There. We're about to level up. Very close. I don't understand is how every single pair of shoes has to be destroyed. A single pair of shoes survives the apocalypse. What do you want to do? Thank you for wellness. I'm gonna get some here in just a moment. Should refill my drink. I'm surprised so many of them are broken. Like, I've still got a good pair of shoes on right now. But I don't like to be on my like, you know what I mean? Like, I like having an extra pair just in case. You never know when your shoes are gonna wear. So, they usually last quite a while, so long as you're not stomping a whole bunch. Which we shouldn't be too much anymore. 36. Okay, let's go. Before I go, though, I should refill my drink because I almost forgot to do so. So I'll be right back. Okay, let's continue. Sorry. Recoup. That alarm? What about it? You find it amusing? I'm confused. What's amusing about it? The continuousness of it? It is kind of interesting the way that it just keeps going forever. Yep. And that is exactly how I set it up to do. I set it up that way on purpose. It will never stop. It will continue for all eternity. Long after Higgins is dead, it will continue. The reason it's there is to catch zombies, and it does a good job. It's a sound source, right? So it catches the zombies that I'm not able to deal with right now because of my muscle strain as well as because of my exertion. Higgins is tired, he needs to rest, so I go out here, I rest. The zombies that are chasing me lose sight of me because I exit the visual distance that they can see. Their next choice is, well, auditory, right? And if there's an alarm going off in their ear every 2 seconds, then they're going to go to that as opposed to coming over to where I am, right? See how I was able to just kind of rest there and not really care. But if I go back over here, you'll see the zombies are over there. Aside from this one that was loose. That one doesn't count, but these ones, see? They're all around the watch. As by design. So it is funny, I do agree. And I was just curious if that's what you were laughing at. And I was right. Another batch of enemies down. And a little rest. Yeah, it just keeps going, just keeps going. We've got 3 of them right now. 3 watch bags. One is not active though. The other one is over on the. It's not a T junction, but it might as well be. It's like a weird T junction right here. Okay, there we go. Recouped, and we should actually level up the long blunt here in a second. How goes the rat race? It's going pretty good so far. We just broke 4K, which is not too bad. Not too bad at all. I think I'm still, I think I'm in the top 10, but I'm a ways away from being able to get into the, what's it called? The upper tiers of the top 10. The upper tiers aren't for a long time. I need like 10,000 kills in order to break up that. So, but not bad for being out of commission for almost a full 6 days. I feel like I'm doing okay. Like that movie? Yeah, it's like that movie. Exactly. Or we're all racing. We're all racing together on the same settings to see who can achieve the crazy, super difficult goals set out for us. I do feel like I am making progress, but I'm like a ways away from high amounts of kills. But kills are just one part of the rat race. They're not the whole thing. The kill number ends at 1,000,000, so rushing to get to the 1,000,000 is not necessarily the best way, in my mind anyways. Because yes, the 1,000,000's going to require a lot of effort, but just carving a place for myself and then leveling my skills will be important. And then we've got to really work on combat skills. So specifically, I need to start spears soon is my plan. We're getting closer. Once we're into like the 8-9 range for long blunt, I'm gonna start transitioning over to spears and using spears a little bit as well, because I want to level those up and get those out of the way. That's gonna take a long time though. That's like 100k kills with spears. And then from there, I need to do short blunts next, even though it's going to be painful to do those two back to back, because of the lack of level bonus. I'll be thanking myself for it later. So short blunt after spears, and then after that, I can hope by then I have some long blade books, and that I've worked on blacksmithing. Because if I have, then I can start working on long blade. Long blade will be fairly quick to level because they're high damage weapons, so they have a fair amount of XP gains. After which, well, by that point, hopefully we'll be more than halfway through the map. to grab that, but I know it's not us. I need to recoup. But yeah, I'm really having a blast with the rat race. I feel like it's really fun, and I've been enjoying it. And with luck, we'll be able to push forward to the next section of area. Let's go. I want to go over there and grab the axe before it disappears. Resting. Finish off this group. We're mostly done that backyard though, which is good. It's a good start anyways. This is gonna go off here again in a moment. Done. Alright, let's go. Okay, and I think that's it for now, for right this particular instance. So we'll go and we'll have a rest. Recoup, swap out our water bottles. Don't want to go the rest of the way. You don't really need to, not today anyways. $118, not bad. Too weird. Like none? I'm gonna try relogging over. I can't. Actually, let's just relog here. There's no reason to not. And just see. Maybe I'll do a full game restart just to be on the safe side. Yeah, I think that would be for the best. As much as I, let's do a full restart. Make sure that, because it's been a while since I have restarted, so. A little while indeed. Hopefully you can get all the homework done. Easy peasy. Defeat it all. Everything. Then you don't have to do it later. Convenience. Oh. You can see it's right away. They're right there. So strange. Go. Oh, 0 zombies killed, but we managed to gain some weight a little bit, right? Kinda? Okay, time to go. Yeesh, cold day. Let's go. Cool. Oh, scissors. They're not like a huge win, but they are. It's nice to pick up a couple extra pairs of scissors because they're good for tailoring. Bit by bit, we're slowly getting through the winter. I'm happy with this. Oh, kudos. Well done. That's good. That's kind of just how it should be nowadays lately because, like, it's good to find the answers yourself, and most of folks have a phone and internet and all that stuff. So, trying to prevent people from cheesing the like answers is gonna already be annoying, right? But it doesn't help you if you don't know how to do stuff. That's good that they do it that way. Alright, let's have a quick peek around, see how things are going and progressing. Good God, the puppies. Let's leave it for just a moment. We'll go rest over here somewhere. Oh, whoa! Reanimator. We're up to 14 reanimations that I myself have witnessed. I don't count them if I don't see them. We gotta go anyways. Hello. Hi, Molly. Hello. You having a good day? I'm having a good day. Oh my god, you waved. Yeah, I did. Yeah. And I can point. Not anywhere specific, but you know, I can do lots of things. At some point, maybe somewhere specific. It's amazing. Yeah. I am quite pleased. Gives me a little bit more of the ability to emote, which is nice. But yeah, I'm better today than I've been, so that's good. And it's just improving, so that's solid. Plus, we're making strides. There we go, that's where I want you. Yeah, baby steps. We're making our way, slowly. We've been pushing the gated community pretty much all day today, and I figure we'll be... We're pushing a lot more further than I thought we would be able to. Because I thought it would be a lot, like, slower. I thought that that one gated section would take us, like, another stream at least. Minimum. But it seems like it's starting to break down, which is a surprise to me. Is Riverside so swathed that it's maybe the other side of the gated communities where the zombies are? But I can be happy that we're not dealing with a large percentage of them right now. So we just did a 127. That's not our highest kills we've ever had, but it's up there. That's pretty good. Our highest kill count daily currently is 130. So it's close. But given the fact that we kind of can't just keep killing, unfortunately, because I gotta maintain Higgins's weight. There's some weight maintenance in need. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about it right this second, but we will have to eventually. And I can't just eat non-perishable stuff if I find it. I need to keep it. Because I don't know how much non-perishable stuff is around. And I'm trying to keep at least 5,000 calories worth of non-perishables so I can just stow them in the church when we get to that point. So then that's 1 out of 6 things that are ticked off of the outpost, right? Which is the plan. I'm gonna be doing the Riverside Church. Is my first outpost, and then from there, hopefully by then we'll be mostly cleared through this the Riverside. But I'm already planning for that. Yeah, I'm already planning for the church to be taken over, and well, once we get the gated community under control, I'll be able to start foraging directly inside the gated community a lot more, as well as I can consolidate the loot that's there. And then if we're so lucky as to get a car, then I will get a car. And I will hopefully be able to drive over and collect that generator that's over there, as well as I'm hoping in one of the garages we'll find another generator. And then the goal would be then to pressure towards the gas station. And then take that over. And then once we have the gas station under our control, well, there's gas, there's power. I no longer live in the Dark Ages, which is not going to happen for another, I want to say another 6 in-game months. Like, probably. We'll see. I'll do what I can. But it's hard. It's hard to get these pushes going the way that I want them. But I'm doing what I can. It's because my pulling power on the lures is not really that great. And our weapon skill is doing okay. But it could be better. For sure. But it could be worse too. Hopefully your rat race is going well too. I know that you got there's a lot of games that are coming out at the moment that are going to be more focal than the rat race, which is understandable because can't always play Zomboid all the time as much as we would probably like to. But I seen that there's like ARC stuff as well as there's some other titles. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm glad that you guys participated in the rat race though, for sure. Everybody having a good time and stuff. And we'll continue. I'm looking forward to hearing about The runs later, for sure. Because even if they're not online, they're still fun to hear about. Because we're all in the same settings, right? It makes it extra interesting. Makes all of our stuff like kind of almost kindred in a way. And all the rat racers are family in that way. It's fun, but you don't get far. That's fair. Yeah, it's been fun meeting all the folks. Oof. Oh, where did you come from? In my offline game, I'm pretty sure I slept through the helicopter event. Yeah, that can happen. Yeah. It still happens. It still pulls zombies towards you. Like it's just you're asleep for it. So your character's just inside and time is fast forwarding. So it's still active. It's just it's sped up. So you don't have to deal with the that waiting and all of that other little stuff. Nope, it's too you're like asleep for the whole thing, which is kind of it's got its benefits, but it's also got the negatives as well. Of if you happen to be in an area that's not particularly great for your helicopter, you can cause yourself some strife. That said, though, the helicopter isn't like the be all and end all of it's a sound source, but it's not the worst in the world. Speaking of house alarms, I still haven't had one in this playthrough. And that's not for lack of trying. I've tried, but no luck. Maybe my house alarms are just not a thing. May I never have one, but I want them though. They pull the zombies out. It's like having a helicopter that can happen at any time. It's nice. I think it's because I want one, is I'm never getting one. It's just like the game knew that I would never use that pipe bomb, so it gave me a pipe bomb. Like, the game's got a sense of humor. Or as soon as I finish my Electrical 3, it'll start giving me how-to gens. Like, those kinds of things. I guarantee it's the same kind of thing. But maybe I'm lucky enough that I can get a house alarm to go off at some point. We'll see. Because it'd be good for staying power, like pulling in some zombies, like, and that have loosed themselves in the area. Is what I mean. Somebody was in earlier and said they found 3 sledgehammers in this setting. And I know Rick, MLC, managed to find a carton of nails. And I don't mean a box, I mean a carton. A carton is 12 boxes of nails. Which would be crazy lucky. I would totally be stoked if I found 12 boxes of nails. All of my carpentry dreams would be aspired immediately. I just need to find a saw at that point, to which I would very much start really working hard to find a saw. But due to the fact of me not having any nails, really, like, I mean, there's been no pressing to find a saw. Okay, let's go. And then you found a gen mag, yeah.
Hey!
But the thing is you need to level those skills anyways. So to be honest, it's not terrible to collect and dismantle watches, and be leveling that. It's not the end of the world to have extra electrical XP for, especially because you're gonna need it later. Oh, they got stuck. Should be able to finish off the remainder of this group. No, there's nothing left there. Oh, there's Two, three, four. Okay. Go, go, go. Now, do I go back? Probably. We can do one more day. Mm. Oh, I thought it would be berries. Oh well. Oh, thank you very much for gifting us up. Do very much appreciate. Enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your froggy motes. Hopefully you're having a good day, Randall Thor. I'm having a good day. I'm gonna go back though and put my character to sleep. Making lots of progress today. You just got in. How's the run? I'm doing pretty good, and the run seems to be going quite well. We've managed to push about halfway through the gated community, kind of. So if this keeps up, we should be able to take the gated community over, and if that's the case, then I will be able to push back the zombies just enough so that I can start looting that area, at least the front part of it, and seeing what kind of different cookware as well as items we might be able to get our hands on. I would be very much happy to also, if we can manage it, sleep indoors that's not a barn. And the church is close by, but so the reason why I don't mind so much that I can't show you right now because it's dark. 1 second. The reason why I don't mind so much if the church is a little bit further away is because the gas station is even further away. So the, there's space and time before I'm even gonna be worrying about it. It's still too dark to read. Yeah, let's wrap this stuff up. This here, I'll show it on the map because I can. Should be able to. There we go. Okay, so the church is not far. From what I remember, is this the church? I think this is the church. But if it's not, no, I'm pretty sure it's either this or this, right? Doesn't matter though, because like I said, the gas station's kind of it's a little ways away, but it'll be worth it. Mm, yeah. We'll be basically clearing all of Riverside in order to access that gas station, but it'll be worth. And then we'll be able to power our little community here, power the gas station itself, and then I need to start setting up the church. And then once the church has been set up, then I will have one outpost completed, which after which I can then start pressuring and clearing these areas over here just to kind of tidy up. And then I will be working on this zone here. This is going to take a little bit of doing, but it's going to be worth it as well because storage unit, extra metal, you know, work or what's it called? The items will from my warehouse. So I'm hoping that it's been looted and that the items are on the ground, because the items being on the ground will actually be more than the items that are going to be on the shelves probably at this point in the game. Because everything's going to be super looted. And, you know, not that there's a whole lot of loot to come by anyways, but it'll be enough, hopefully, that I can at least do something, right? But yeah, we'll see. It's a matter of having that stuff under control. And then from there, I'm going to start probably pressuring the country club is the plan after that. This is going to be a bit of a task, and I know that going in, but it'll be useful overall once it's been dealt with, because the country club has a decent parking lot, so usually there's some decent vehicles there, so I'll be able to at least use their vehicles, and from there we can then kind of check everything, make sure it's all good, and then onward to this section here. Once this section is complete, I'll double check these back roads over here just to kind of tidy it off. And then we'll be entering a staging ground over here where I'm going to set up a sort of a starting area here along the river. There's a gas pump here as well. And we'll be able to start our siege on Brandenburg. So we'll be accessing Brandenburg from its side. But we'll see how that goes. Steps first. Okay, I need to get some food. I need forage stuff. Did my other character die? Which one? This is for the rat race. So I don't know what you mean. The other character got bricked. By, but it didn't. The one I started build 42 with. That one died ages ago, like ages and ages ago, like way in December. My very first character, and it was to not understanding certain things in the new patch, kind of, or the sorry in build 42. But do you mean like Van Higgins the original? He did die, yes. This is the rat race version of Van Higgins. The original Van Higgins died to a scratch in Ekron. And this is Van Higgins 2.0 in his resurrection in Rat Race. Yeah, it's okay. 7% sometimes get you. Having fun, Barry? Maybe. There's a lot of runs that I have played. I was doing an often metas often heli event one. That one lived until it bricked. So what I mean by that is that there was a patch eventually that caused that save to no longer be in working function. So that save is no longer in existence. Dancing to the music? Fair. I like the music too. I don't know what causes that, but okay. I need to check on. You've been trying your hand at Zero to Hero? Oof. How's it going so far then? I am curious. Are the Zero to Heroes managing to carry forward? Are you feeling more comfortable? It's tough, the initial, but not too much tougher than you've already been playing. Because you told me that you were playing with, like, what's it called before? Like, uh, basically, you were doing Zero to Hero, but slightly, like, not quite Zero, but I mean, basically. Nero to Hero. Yeah, okay, that's kind of... I'm glad that you're having fun. Yeah, Zero to Hero is probably the best way, though, because you can get the most points, right? And those points you can translate over into some really, really good stuff. I have some regrets with my build, like slight regrets, that if I could go back, I would probably not have certain things. But, you know, sometimes you gotta roll with what you got. And I'm happy with it for the most part. But cowardly specifically, I don't know. I I figured I wanted to see how it would play compared to Brave. And am I happy with it? Not particularly, but I mean, it is what it is. Getting one strength, yeah, doesn't it though? That one strength difference, you can feel the difference when you get that next level of strength. And then when you hit level 5 strength is when you're gonna really feel it. It's gonna be really one of those things where it's like, oh wow, you no longer have any debuffs. And then when you hit that level 6 strength, that's stout, and you get a huge, well, it's not huge, but it's noticeable. A noticeable buff, as well as the muscle strain doesn't hurt nearly as often. So you're like, you get to recover a lot faster. No longer are you sitting for in-game hours at a time. Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's the way to do it, is to level your strength for a little bit and then do your fitness. And do fitness while you're leveling strength at the same time. Because strength does get a bonus for just having above 50% capacity, which everybody has above 50% capacity. There- Very, very few people will not. And you get a passive strengthening like levels just for walking around like that. You do get fitness levels for running around as well, but it's less. It's definitely a lot more for just no luck on the food front. I may just, yeah, it sucks. I'm gonna run all the way to the fishing spot because apparently finding I'm having a hard time. Very close to the next month, and then we just have February to get through, and then that's it. Winter's done, and I can finally take a break from being so cold all the time, as well as food is gonna be so much better. I can't wait. Because the poor abundance of everything is really, in winter time, is noticeable. It hurts. It really does. And it can, like, yeah, it can be really tough. Is that a banana? Hooray for banana! Yeah. Thankfully, though, we are sustaining. quite well. I'm gonna go and fish. There's only 4 levels left in strength. 5 levels left in fitness. Got one more fish, and then we'll continue. Yeah, we got a level up. He was cooking though, so it's not necessarily, you know, super duper, but it is something. Thank you for the wellness. recouping. It's coming up. Nice. Actually. Now we want to push to be forward facing. We've got some fish in our bag. Okay, good. Should be good. Okay. Let's keep going. We want to get back to the barn so that we can sleep there, and then we're pressed forward to aggress against the gated community tomorrow. And just keep sort of pressuring until eventually it gives. It should be soon. Soonish, maybe. Or 200 to 1,000. Time to go. Minus 30. Eesh. Wow. Kind of. So it's gonna be at least minus 30 with the wind chill. That's harsh. That's harsh weather for Knox County. Ooh, reanimate. 15. Oh. And mark down a reanimator. Yay, 15 reanimators. Can very much appreciate them getting back up. It's like that one song. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Same thing. Is it a new thing? No. But it's something that's definitely more common now than it used to be if you turn it on. So, reanimators used to happen like once in a blue moon. You used to see a reanimator flip back over after, like, I'm sure if you think about it, Barry, you've probably seen one too. Um, the way that a reanimator would work in the base game is you would come across like a car wreck or something where there's a body on the ground, right? And it's just laying there. And you can go over and you'd loot it, and you could loot it and there'd be fine. But as you were walking away or as you're just standing in the area, suddenly that zombie would get back up. That's a reanimator. So yeah, reanimators are a thing that's existed in Zomboid. It's just they're not very common. They like one in every couple of hundred, or like, you know, or something like that. It's very unlikely that they get back up. However, in build 42, I think they were messing with the formula for it because they feel more common. As you can hear, like when well, I'm very excited when I see a reanimator. But it's we've had 15 so far that I've confirmed as reanimators in the run so far. The way that I can confirm it is because we have reanimation on both the zombies in the world and zombies that die by combat. So any of my zombies can become reanimators. And that's why when you see like my panic mood will start happening there on the corner, and I saw that one of the zombies that was lying in the pile got back up, I'm, exciting. I like that. It's cool. The animators are some of my favorite zombies. Because it's like they're like the original zombie that, like, that gets back up. Right there. And yeah, they start to disappear after a while as well, and they're actually on a shorter cooldown than they used to be, so that it's less cumbersome for the body heat and stuff. I don't think that it would be too much of a problem for me at the moment, though, in terms of body heat, but it is kind of annoying in a standard game. Just constantly have to run away from the corpses. Yeah, exactly. I get knocked down. I get knocked down. That's all. Okay, we can get arrested. Recoup. They make you happy because it's like a gamba. Kind of. Okay, we're good to go. All right, let's go get arrested. They definitely are. I don't know, it's weird. It feels like that area is supposed to be clear, but it's not quite there yet, right? It's weird. So it's like they're. I don't know, strange. probably can get one more little rest in and then do one more little group. Not much more at the moment. Before they're gonna start pushing us back. And I'm continuing my tug of war with this area. Okay, we'll set that tomorrow, I think, because it'd be nice to have a third one. I've been saying I'm gonna set it for a while. I think now's a good time. Ooh, this is a new PB. 141. Okay, let's see. 141 wasn't bad. Not bad at all. New PB in game for this character. So, okay, let's go. We've got to go and we've got to get over to that watch bag and set it. It'll be a huge boon to have 3. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I the Sims updates and stuff. I mentioned Enzoy because but I'd coughed earlier. I must have muted myself. So I was like, I am looking forward to Enzoy, but I want to see more about it before I like give my opinions and stuff. Because I don't know very much about the game aside from the snippets that I've seen other people play, right? So it's one of those things where it's interesting. That said, choice between three and four, I actually liked two more than I liked three and four, because you were able to control your sim directly. I really liked that when I played The Sims, because I like controlling my sim. I didn't like that there was like, and then they stepped away from that, which was strange to me. It seemed like a direct upgrade. And yet they decided that they would go back to the point and click, which is always weird to me. One of the reasons why I like Zomboid so much is because I get to control my sim. Okay, set alarm. Oops. Oh, stop that. So, okay, double count just to make sure. 0, 3. Yep, we're good. You've played two and you never knew that? It was, oh, this was a joke about PZ? Oh, okay. I figured it was either a joke about PZ or you were talking about Enzoy. But the, what's it called? The console version of 2, you had, quests that you had to go. It's Inzoi. Enzoy. Enzoy. It's a new game that's coming out that's gonna be like The Sims. I don't know what to think about it at the moment because I've not played it myself, nor you thought it got canceled. I just watched it like recently. Some folks playing it. Is that not? They're under like early access or something, aren't they? I'm like 95% certain. I don't know. You could look it up. I can look it up later. Maybe a different game. Could be. I'm looking forward to if it's it seems like it's getting out of the season. I don't know at the moment. But yeah, Sims 2, I remember on the console, was very much like that. Was you could control your sim, and that there was quests that you had to achieve for each of the families, and then you would go to the next family house and you start trying to achieve the goals for them too. Some of the goals were like they wanted to stay home. Some of them they wanted to progress their careers. Like it was really cool. I remember that you were able to get to like an alien house too, which was kind of cool. Yeah, it was Sims 2. I didn't play on the I didn't play on the PC at that time. Aside from I'm trying to think. There's a handful of games I played on the PC, but very few back then. I was more of an outdoor slash console gamer around then. Okay, I'm gonna come back for you, watch. Bag. Because I want to tidy off some of this area first before we throw you down. Let's get resting. No. 3, they backed up. They decided that they didn't want to have control over the player anymore. So they decided to go back to their point and click. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just I feel like it was a step backwards. Like they had technology that was good and then they decided against it. Which sort of sucks. It makes me wonder why they decided to do that. But then again, once again, I'm not a game dev, so perhaps that's partly maybe it wasn't as well received as I. Well, they could have at least kept the functionality though, and like implemented both control schemes. Although I suppose that would cause it to be cumbersome. So perhaps maybe that would be a bad call. I don't know. Once again, not a dev, so don't really know, nor do I know their analytics, and perhaps, like I said, maybe it wasn't as well received. I just remember I really liked it. I liked having the full control over the sim and being able to walk them around and stuff. And I have fond memories of those playing those. Okay, let's go. You can do first person? That seems a little strange and probably disorienting. Something about it feels uncanny valley. Which, the Enzoy game, or are you talking about Sims 2? I'm confused. Enzoy. Okay. I'm confused what you mean by direct control. You know, you look at my Zomboid character. You see my Zomboid character? See how I can walk around? See how I'm in control? Yeah, in Sims 2 on the console, you controlled your sim like this. In The Sims 2. This is how you controlled your sim. With the controller, you would walk around, and you would do stuff. That's direct control. As opposed to the other way, which is more of a point and click. And there's nothing wrong with The Sims being point and click. It's just that I enjoyed when it wasn't. And that's not to state that I don't like the old games, because I do. I do think the old games are pretty fun. And I've never fully committed to a Sims 3 or Sims 4 run. Like, fully committed to trying to complete them. Slightly more stylized. Okay, so you mean like more specific. Like to different, like a certain... The Sims have kind of a unique look to them. You're looking for a more unique look to that as well, as opposed to it trying to go for a sort of a real-ish, but like almost AI kind of look is how I would describe it. Like, I'm not able to tell the difference between those kinds of things, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was AI assisted stuff in that game. Which, I mean, it's... I don't know. It's one of those things that sits me on the fence, right? It feels like an AI generated ad. I don't know. Like I said, it's one of those things where it could be good, it could be bad. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm on the fence about it as a result. It seems like an interesting title at the very least. I don't know what to think about it. I like sim games, I really do. And I'm not fully against AI tech being used properly in a way that's not harmful. But it's probably very difficult to do that, right? No. It's one of those things that, like I said, I don't know enough. And my knowledge in that field is dry and lacking. I would want to see a lot of folks' opinions before I, like, decide, okay, well, I'm gonna play that game. Because it looks like it could be fun. Yeah. I'm gonna wait until some smarter folks than myself have given it a try. Give their opinions. And there's some folks that I've played a little bit now. I'm gonna wait though until their opinions are more completed. I do trust the judgment of quite a lot of folks I've seen playing. Yay! 2 months already. That's crazy. Thank you very much for your continued support. Tier 3 and 2 months already. Hopefully you're having a good time. Enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your frog emotes, as well as you're going above and beyond with a tier 3. Like, I don't have words that can't process. I'm working on other stuff. Like it's in the works. I'm sorry. Appreciate you. Do I want to do another? Wouldn't be a bad idea. Not going all the way back to the shore is probably for the best. Yeah, I can't believe that's been 2 months already. That's insane. Time has sure flown. Like, it's already almost the end of March. It's crazy. If things keep going at this pace, like, I mean, there's a lot of prep and stuff that's gonna be in need of happening soon. In 2 months. Yeah, so much stuff going on. It's gonna be a lot. I don't know how I'm gonna process it all. But fingers crossed it all goes smooth. It feels like it's not too far away, but I like it because it isn't. But it's like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do. 15 degrees. Do I want to sleep inside? Yeah, I think it's for the best to sleep inside and forego the fishing time. And then just fish during the day when it's bright. Seven zombies, not bad. Okay, let's try and bring this with me. No guarantee that this is going to work out well, but good enough for now. Food. I think I can do like a couple of rounds. We're gonna be agony though for the first bit of it. We can be here for a few in-game hours and then we gotta bail. But at least we can be here for a bit. can run back. We'll get a rest in. We'll grab the bag, and we'll bring the bag forward. I'll be able to in a moment. Very soon. Keep some of that stamina. Go, go, go. Fireworks. Do a quick check on both eggs. Come on out of there. Alright, that's it for both eggs for right now. I think there's a mouse still running around. We'll go and we'll have ourselves a... Did I already eat? I did not. So let's eat. Okay, and now we'll head back to the barn and we'll have ourselves a nap. Then we'll come back, rinse, repeat. So far we're doing pretty good today. We've already got over 1,000 kills. And just push it just a little bit more. Just a smidge. It's Friday. We did start the day late, which is not a huge surprise. We should be able to get out there and pressure now. Okay, that was kind of sketchy. That was pretty fast. I don't know if I could have responded to that any other way. Like zoom. I like this rat that's running around. It's kind of amusing. Get arrested. I have soil to plant here? Go, go, go. Back off again, recharge my stamina. Group again. Getting there though. We run and grab some water from this house. Most of this should be in a group over there. It doesn't seem like it's that big of a group anymore. There we go. I feel like didn't I pull a group from over here? Was that not right? Did I not? I'm having deja vu. It seems like there's more there now. Maybe I didn't pull a group from there. I'm hallucinating. There's always more afterwards. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Okay. Let's go get an in-game nap. If we keep up at this pace, we should probably be able to sleep in one of these at some point in the future, you figure? We're managing to get a little bit more done, and a little bit more done, and so on and so forth. Many conga lines. Many conga lines later, we will be free to do whatever we want. Which in my case will be... Well, I want to start looking and looting, but I haven't had the opportunity yet. We've been inside a couple of the mansions though now, and still no house alarms, so... I'm not holding my breath that there is going to be absolutely none. If one goes off, I would be actually kind of keen, because it would consolidate some of the zombies that are wandering. But it's between 0 and 5 years is when the power on the house alarms are supposed to go off. And currently it just feels like there's no house alarms. Wellness. Yes, that's a good call. Not bad. 143. That's another PB. Record 143. Yeah. See. Thought process right now is, do I get food? Maybe a bad idea. It's almost lunch. Yes. I'm going to put this away. We've got about another in-game day's worth of food before we have to be concerned about anything. And it actually will give me a few extra days of weight to use as well to keep pushing. But I think that that's not a bad stopping point. We got over 1,000 kills today, so like we're at 4752. Not too bad. That said, we also got to level 6 long blunt, and we're about to pop level 6 maintenance, which is going to be useful because that'll make the bats last longer. As well as if we luck out and find some other weapons as well, we can use those. I'm thinking that I'm probably going to use those spears that I found though. Yeah, I think it would be for the best to get some food. Go. This is a good stopping point. Let's go find somebody else who's racing the rat race, and we will see how they're faring. Let's see. Oh, there's a ton of folks playing the rat race right now. I am thinking that we will raid Molly. There we go. Okay, you guys can go hang out with Molly, and it has been my pleasure as always. I will see you guys next time for sure. Ta for now.